Much better. Feels dark. Oh, that's why. And he said, "Let there be light," and then there was light. I'm just kidding. I'm not God. Good morning, fam. Happy Wednesday. I'm just kidding. Oh, actually, it's someone. Happy Wednesday, Toot. I hope your Wednesday is going well. Well, yeah. Hi there, the grub. Welcome on in. Um, I'm still waking up for the most part. So, what exactly am I going to be making today? I have no idea. I still want to finish this entryway. Although I did find out something interesting this morning, or kind of interesting. Uh, with these like ivy pieces, wherever you flick them, uh, they will flick and adjust themselves to um, the surface that you're flicking them to, and it's weird, but kind of cool, but weird. So let me demonstrate. So if you flick it here, for instance, it corrects it so it's tilted to that. Yeah. Now on yeah, exactly. So if it's a slope, it'll correct itself to the slope. The time zone, Mama. Theoretically, um, we would probably need. I think. Let's try this. That didn't work. Yeah, there we go. Theoretically, this should work. And it didn't fire off. Yeah, I should have known this one would be a little bit harder. Yeah. Morning widget. And also Starwindy. I mean, I can't take full credit for the the terraform on the roof because who was it? Mayway had been like mentioning the spider webbing, and that just kind of got out of hand, like completely out of hand. You can do so much not like such nonsense with the cobwebs. Oh, my brain is mush right now. Which, yeah, as a note for anyone that hasn't picked them up, these guys right here, the spiral cobweb is pretty much on par with like I would say it's on par with the Winterlight's Red Present for like shenanigans. And I know that's a big claim, but it is. The amount of nonsense you can do with it. And the reason being is that you can put stuff on the ceiling with this one, which is something that the Winterlight's Red Present can't do. And the reason why I bring it up is that like go buy some if you haven't yet. Luckily for the spiral cobweb, it's a group select trick, so you can take it away afterwards. So for that one, it's a minimum of one. You only really need a minimum of one. As opposed to like Winterlight's Red Presents that you need like multiple. What the heck am I looking for? It's a thing nobody knows. Oh, really? Yeah. When it comes to like, I can't really do it on this plot because this plot doesn't really have any housing. It's much popular with the testing plot. Ignore that. So if you group select the cobweb, you can make it go onto walls, roof. Theoretically, should be able to make it go into the ceiling, but I haven't really made it go yet. Basically, it gets weird really quickly. Basically turns into one of those like weird movie monsters from the 90s. You know, The Grudge, The Ring, The Exorcist. Take your pick. One of the movies with "the" in the title. So, yeah. Oh, something that I'm not sure if some people might have noticed this, but oh yeah, I've noticed that too, and yeah, I 100% agree. Although I kind of would rather they would, or yeah, either like increase the ceiling height or shorten the height of ceilings. But yeah, you can group select these guys. No idea how that's useful. Not sure if you can. I haven't really tested. Yeah, One of those things that's just like, huh, that's weird. Like, really weird. Actually, I wonder. Huh. Oh, sadness. Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go. What? Sure. Why not? So you can stack them, you can tear them off the house. Sure. Don't ask me, I'm just a tiny dragon. Just doing my thing. How can you move them around? Okay. But now I guess if we want to move them, we will need to forever group select them via the top tree. I can only assume. Thank you. Yes. Always group select via the top tree. This game is weird and it because consistency and raisins. Yep, there we go. Consistency and raisins. Oh hey, look at that. And then we can put it on the top. And then can we put that there? And then what if we can we just like and then what if we grab and then we just stack to infinity and beyond? I mean, fair enough. This hurts my brain. S6, fix your game logic. Or give me more freedom. Pick one. Pick a lane. Pick a lane. Both are fine options. How do you group select in the overhead? Press Alt. Sorry. Press Alt. If you're on in console, it's left trigger. It's the exact same way that you group select in not overhead. It's a little bit more cumbersome if you're on console because your group select is the same as your zoom out. Because, you know, once again, consistency and raisins. I need to make a GIF of that. And sorry, the thing that you missed, Mama, is that apparently if you do this, you can group select the top tree, take it down, boop, and then I guess we need to do it from not in overhead. Let me get some height. We will use the bad stairs. And now if we group select, boop, we can put it back up. And then we can put another tree on the bottom. And then we can go into the overhead again, and then group select the top tree, take it off again. Put another tree. Group select the top tree again. Place. Take it off. Okay, let's just see if we've broken the I get the feeling that we have already broken through the height limit, because technically speaking, none of these are attached to anything, because the only way you can move these all of these is via group select, so none of them are technically anchored to anything. Unless perhaps we like attach them to a house, or unless perhaps unless we like get to the top and then attach them to like a Winterlight's Red present. It would be cool if we could climb these. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Grub, is that they most likely will, because they're not attached. Do I have any warps? Let me just... There we go. Okay. Now they're all attached to this Winterlight's Red present, so we can see. So while technically they are floating, they're technically all attached in a tethered line. So it's a weird version of floating, which kind of follows different rules than actual floating. You'll see. Not always, but sometimes. And this is the not always. So we can go 3 high. Three high is still it's still pretty big though. Room shot. Yeah, I mean, you just need to like float them. But I mean, it would be nice if you could use them as some type of building material. I do feel like it was a missed opportunity. Similar to how like the bridge posts are just like completely they're a part of the bridge building set, but they're not a part, like they don't interact with the bridge building set at all. So like to the point that you like if you don't utilize glitching, you can't even make it work with your bridge anymore. Let me explain. These used to ignore collision with bridge pieces. They did. And that worked very nicely. And I was very sure that was an intentional decision. So you could make your bridge, put in posts. But apparently S6 decided that was not okay. So, yeah, you can't do that anymore. You can put them at the end of stairs before attaching. Well, I guess that's something. But, like, the thing is, like, what exactly is holding this bridge together besides, like, sunshine and hope? Like, this bridge right here, sure, you know what? That shape, for sure, is fine for the most part. Will it last a long time? Probably not. If you do like some type of like back tacking with rigging, you'll get a bit more longevity. But like the longer you get out of this, like the longer you make this bridge, you need to start putting in posts. Any engineer will tell you the exact same thing. Anyways. I'm also just a little butthurt that this is... Oh wait, did they change this? Finally? Or wait, no, they didn't. They didn't change that. The apples are just a tabletop item. I always forget. I think. Yes. The apples are a tabletop item. Yeah, which I mean, like, I wouldn't expect like a bunch of game designers to have any structural engineers on staff. But I mean, like, crack a book, John. Sorry, that's a line from um, Pitch Perfect 2. For anyone that's seen Pitch Perfect or the Pitch Perfect series. I think it's from the second one. I don't know. That series went way longer than it should have. Uh, all right, let's get to our plot that we actually want to design on. Especially now that we have something cool to add. Because I actually would like to use that. Which, just like as a note, for what you just mentioned there, Mama, I can forgive, kind of, putting like not being able to put fences or benches on because very easy, or fences at least, because fencing is a ground item, but the um I am definitely with you on like not being able to put benches on it. Even if we can glitch on benches, we shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to. Have you seen people using mossy rugs in gray colorway? Oh my god, they fixed the modification bench. Sorry. I almost died from shock. Sorry, for anyone that was unaware, you used to have to put in one letter at a time. Also, happy time zone. Yeah. Don't grab the AED. Does it look like this, Grub? If it doesn't look like this, they're using hacks. Oh wait. Wait. Let me. How many? 4. I don't want to waste 4 modification kits. Whine. Whiny dragon noises. uh. Sorry, everybody. Thanks. It turned out rather well. As the sign says, original credit. Sorry, I just need to flip it. Let's flip this sucker. My brain is just not braining right now. Also, did I say hi, Drake? You tried looking at them from underneath, every color? No dice? Okay, then yeah, they're using hacks. Literal hacks. So they're, sorry, so like, we're talking terms of service violation. Yeah. That kind of hacking. And this is why, to any budding content creators out there that are watching this now or in the future, this is why we don't call glitching hacks. This is why. Because literal hacking, by way of meaning injecting code into your game, is a terms of service violation. So, yeah. It's why you will never see me do a tutorial on how to use Origin or how to use any of those kinds of third-party software, because I will not be responsible for people's accounts getting suspended or banned or warnings, etc. Nor do I want my account to get banned or warned or otherwise. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Crimson. I will admit that I have, like, in a moment of weakness, I looked at, and that's why I know what Origin is. So I know enough about it to be annoyed by it. And I know enough about it to be, like, frustrated that it exists. So, especially when, like, I've put in so much time and effort into, you know, learning what I do. So, yeah. Basically, Origin completely invalidates like, what the kind of artistry that glitchers do. and then people see the kind of plots that are made with Origin and are like, how do I replicate this? And then people are like, and then we, as the people who, teach people how to glitch, are like, we have to discern if it is actually possible or if people are cheating, literally. And in some cases, I have actually wasted a lot of time trying to replicate work only to come up short. And I'm just like, have my skills just degraded? Have I just become obsolete in the glitching community? Are there tricks that I just don't know now? And so that's what happens when people use third-party software. Just as a note. And even more so when they make tutorials using third-party software. Just things to consider. I genuinely appreciate that. Because, yeah, I'll be honest that the intrusive thoughts do come every now and again. When it's just like, have I lost it? Whatever it is? Because, like, yeah. I did have that yesterday when I was trying to replicate that work that probably shouldn't speak about because I don't want to outright say that it was done using third-party software, but at the same time, it's not looking good for the possibility of it being legitimate. So, yeah. And yeah, I am really sorry to hear about that modification thing, especially because I know modification kits are not modification kits are and always will be one of those sore spots for me because the modification system is not an accessible one, and I feel like it should be because it is a system that allows for such like expression in people's plots, or at least it could be. Yet it's like gate kept behind players needing to grind gold. Yet there's so many things that players need to spend gold on. And like the argument is like, oh well, games need gold sinks, and it's just like that argument like was a was valid in 2023. It's now 2025. It's time to evolve. So, in any case, it is time for our first self-care break. I'm gonna go wash some of this salt off so I can stop being a salt dragon and I can go back to being a bismuth dragon. I'll see everybody shortly. When I come back, we can make our lovely ivy wall, hopefully. Okay, see you soon. Huh. Wow, dude. That's many of the players in there were using third party or the third party program, and they were all okay with it, even helping other players out, calling it magic. Wow. I don't even, yeah, I don't even know what to say about that. Except just wow. And the worst part is I don't even know like how S6 would even deal with that. Because like if it's not if it's not the player doing it, if it's another jeez. That hurts my brain and I hate it. Uh, it's one of those it's one of those thanks. I hate it. It's one of those or I guess yeah, it's like thanks for appropriating my my shtick, I guess. Because like I used to like refer to it as like glitching magic. I don't know. I'm broken. Tiny Dragon is broken. 404 Tiny Dragon not found. I suppose rather than get frustrated with these people, however, because I did mention this or something similar to this before when I was talking about Final Fantasy XIV's housing system and like the one time I ever like wrote a like it wasn't really a script or it was kind of a script, I guess. It was so basic. I think maybe it was more of a macro than a script. but it told the system to press on the controller that was attached to my computer, like input, then over arrow, down arrow, or something like that, and then it would repeat the process. And I did that literally so I could go and get a nap, because the housing system in Final Fantasy 14 was so bad. And like the only way to get a house in Final Fantasy 14 was to constantly spam the the input on on like a housing sign in order to attempt to purchase it. And so after like my umpteenth failed attempt, and I was so tired, I finally looked up like how to like write a very basic script for like what I described, of like on a like controller that was attached to my system. The script would press A, so open the interface, and then it would press over on the arrow, and then down, and then input again to select. And that was it. So it would just attempt to purchase the property. And I did that just so I could go and get a nap. And I did this only out of necessity because it was a bad game system. The only time I have ever cheated in a game. Am I proud of it? No. Have I done it since? Nope. But I tell this story to illustrate how players who would not cheat sometimes do when they're pushed to a breaking point because of bad game design. So, in the same sense, I can only fault people so much with Palia because the developers are making so many of the wrong choices. And we're seeing them make active decisions like the collision check a patch ago in 0.195, where it has made decorating actively worse. That was an active decision that they made. So, yeah. Hey, maybe. Hope your day is going beautifully. And always lovely to see your bodacious, beautiful bee booty. Mm. You're always a beautiful ray of sunshine. It is always appreciated. How did we even get on the subject of this? I don't know. But I'm glad it's semi-over for the most part. I think we're over. Did I raid into chaos? Oh, I meant the conversation that we were just talking about. It was kind of it was one of the salty topics. But it's done now. So I think it's done anyway. I'm done with it anyway. Oh, my hair's terrible. Holy biscuits. That's what kind of day it is. The bad hair day. On the plus side, we found something cool with these guys. Oh yeah, you started asking about rugs. That's how we found out about. That's how that whole thing started. So check this out, maybe. There we go. Get that there. You can get that in the bottom one. Go in your slot. Then you group select that out there. Boop. Group select. Boop. And go there. Make sure you don't fall off. And group select off. Yeah. Kind of log stacking. Oh right, I forgot you just got here, May, and you so yeah. I don't know. I'm good like that. And then I think you go in the slot. There we go. Mm. Mm. Yeah, there we go. Guess get up on the roof. That's probably your best bet for getting. The shenanigans. Come on. You need to be kind of close to that node to get it into the slot. The only annoying bit is when you move it around, you have to move them around via group select. On the plus side, however, you can move them around in the aerial view. So yeah. Do not go above 3 high, because they will get booted to your lamp zone. We did test that already. 3 is the maximum. Oh gosh, help. Oh, that's what we were doing. What stopped us from doing that? Hmm. Dang it. Oh, dang it. Good. Right. Now we should just be able to reload. And then the rock should go back into its position that it covering the paver. Well, it would be nice to like wait, what? Apparently it's the maximum is too high without it being on a wet red present. That sucks. The test we did before, it was on a red present. Good to know that there are two different maximums, freestanding and not freestanding. Son of a biscuit. Hmm. Yeah. someday maybe we'll get decor trading. I'm not holding my breath though. I keep like hoping that S6 is gonna surprise me with like decor trading on like the 1 year anniversary of like plush trading being out. But then I remember not to get my hopes up. I think technically, technically speaking, it was I think technically speaking, it was the October patch. But last year, they used to do patches at the end of the month. So with patches being closer to like the beginning of the month now, like the 1 year would be more akin to like the November patch. Yeah. Plus trading came out the in fall flourishes. 10 October 22nd. But that being said, I haven't even checked the mining space. Oh, son of a biscuit. It's already out. Do people want to hear about it? It's called Fall Fantasy. Apparently. Okay, sure. Bring the harvest home, adorn your plot with decorative crops and fairy tale inspired walls and floors fit for a charming kingdom. Okay. Give thanks and give back. The bounty donation drive bundle has arrived on the bulletin board. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Sit pretty with your friends with new interactable benches in Kilima Village. Okay. And gather round the table with the new community event, the Great Pallian Potluck. Okay. Live your happily ever after with the new Rapunzel Premium Cosmetics. Okay. The wool mailbox, mimic, sales bin, and enchanting landscape, and your loyal Ormu friend. And more. Yeah. Goody. No, this is data mined content. 100% not confirmed. Yeah, we do that here. We do that on this channel because we're not Palia partners, so you know we don't give. You know, if Essex would like to like me to care, they should care about me, but they don't, so I don't. So yeah, the next update does not look great for the most part. The decorative crops might be cool. Might being the key word there. They're not going to come with soil. It's probably going to be like tabletop items, and they're probably going to be in like it like Drake Lance. They're like Essex. They're going to be in like they're going to be like clutter items. They're going to be in like bags or bowls. They're going to be like completely overdeveloped and overdesigned. rather than like what players actually want, which is like, you know, a bushel of wheat, a bunch of apples, you know, a stack of onions. This stack of pumpkins was great. They did a great job with this. They knocked it out of the park with this stack of pumpkins. It was great. They should have did this with so many other things. Impressive. A, that's impressive. B, yeah, that doesn't work. It needs to be connected to the ground in some way in order to hoe properly. What the heck was my plan with this? Yeah, that's the thing, I didn't have one. Maybe if I actually planned, we'd be in better shape. But yeah, I don't know. If I could just get like actually at this point I don't even know. Anything. It also does like reinforce what I was saying about like the home line stuff, that people were just like telling me to like sit down and like eat my salad, and I was just like, okay, sure. And you know, now we're, you know, how many patches later, and we have, you know, on the plus side, we got the update to like purchase individual pieces. That's nice. But like, I don't know. Give us something, anything. When you're like starving an entire portion of your player base for content. That, or maybe I'm wrong about how big the portion of players that enjoys decorating is. And I'm fine being wrong. And I don't know, I'm not expecting like them to be like lightning fast, but some communication would be nice. Is all I'm getting at. Yeah. It just kind of like reminds your player base that like, you know, they exist and that they are appreciated. And they are more than just wallets. At this same time there, mama. Of the same mind. Yeah. Because currently that's kind of what I feel like at the moment is I feel like just I feel like a wallet with arms. I almost said a wallet with legs, but I mean, you know. Okay, see you in a bit, sweets. And like, don't get me wrong, I I get that they are a company and I get that they need to make money. And the thing is, when they make a product that is worth paying for, I will give them money. I don't think they get that. But the thing is, when they are putting so much effort into like the premium content and they ignore the free content, the free content is what people come for. And without the free content, I have no reason to stick around for the premium content. And in the same vein, if the premium content that they make is like only geared towards I'll just say it, women players of the lady variety, well, there's only so much for me to spend my money on. At some point, I will run out of things to spend my money on. And sorry, to players of the lady variety, or lady enthusiasts, or testosterone junkies, because it being just saying that we want pants does not mean that we want to be like some type of toxic masculinity thing. That's not what we're saying here. It just means that we want pants. It just means that we want an outfit that doesn't have boob cups. But that's just my tiny opinion anyway. Yeah, right? Like, a lot of the costumes that I made or designed back when I used to do that thing or that type of thing, I made a point and to design them in a very uh, and I'm not even sure why I was a fan of it, but I always just felt more comfortable in more androgynous clothing. So more of, let's see if we can find something in the premium shop that is more that style. Or actually, maybe not in the premium store, rather, because we can't mix and match that way. Oh, nice. It has been a hot minute since I've designed anything. Mainly because I haven't had a reason to. But I'm sure I still have my drawings kicking around here somewhere. So, of course, let's start with the pants. Might as well start with the bottom layer. Actually, uh, so I used to do something called LARPing, which for anyone unfamiliar with it, it's live action role play. That was the last time that I was really big into my costume design. And I was really known for wearing leather pants with all of my outfits. Come rain or shine, for better or worse, I would be there in leather pants. Huh. I don't know who. I don't know who made the model for these, but the coloring is horrid. That black. That black is not black. Yeah, that's purple. And like they don't match the thumbnail. This this hurts. Let's let's see if there's a different leather pant that we can use. I'm not sure if any of the other outfits use leather pants. Umbran Pioneer. I'm kind of wondering that too. And I mean that in the nicest way possible. Like, you know, in the nicest way that you can ask someone if they're colorblind. Mainly because that is a very sensitive topic to broach with someone. At least Lord knows it is in my house. It's that Motorhead. I wonder if they might be gearing up for when they do their like Taylor ticket thing. And yeah, I am kind of with you as well that I don't like any of their pants for the most part. And it's mainly because of their when it comes to like their boots. I and I've mentioned this like on several occasions that uh when it comes to like the cut around the boot, so like specifically with this pair of pants, it is impossible to tell where the pant ends and where the boot begins. So like is the pant leg tucked into the boot, which like in all actuality it kind of looks like the outfit might have chaps and the chaps might be tucked into the boot, which that would not be the case. As a note, because if you wear chaps do go on the outside of the boot. However, if it's a pant leg, the pant leg would go on the inside of the boot. And the reason being is that chaps are a very, very thick leather, whereas pant legs are tend to be a thinner leather because they're a garment. And also can be or can be designed tighter to the leg. So I would wear something that would be like more akin to like a skinny jean. In that case, it's just a mess of a design. In any case, that works for now. I wanted to show the top part more than anything when talking about like androgynous pieces, because when talking about like an androgynous garment, the most important thing is to cover a very important bit. At least on a male model. So let me find, and like it kind of works with this piece, but sorry, I will, I think, oh, shoot. Sorry. All right, and we're back, everybody. Thank you very much for the welcome back. So, when It all depends on how we really are viewing the definition of androgynous fashion. It's kind of, art being in the eye of the beholder, at least in my own personal opinion. Where is some more neutral pants? At least in my own personal opinion, anyway. Those aren't bad. And the way I view androgynous fashion, anyway, is it something that would work well on a male model and a female model? So would it be something that both someone who prefers to, or someone who identifies like myself as male presenting would be comfortable wearing, and someone who is female presenting would be comfortable wearing it? That's what I would consider as androgynous fashion. And then as well, someone who is gender neutral would also be comfortable wearing it. So something like this, how it's very baggy. This, how it's completely flat. This, how it completely covers the, well, the crotch area. So you're unable to see if the pants are giving you a well-defined bulge or a completely flattened, because some of the pants do completely flatten your business, which if you're someone who is if you're someone who is male presenting, that can be kind of uncomfortable and give you a little bit of body dysmorphia, potentially, in some cases. This technically would fall under androgynous because, again, covers the business, even though it has bows attached to it. Bows may be traditionally feminine, but now we're talking about feminine and masculine, not does it actually make my model look like a female character, like putting on Pretty Protector, where it actually has boob cups. So, yeah. And here we go. A Quindu avant-garde is one that isn't super amazing, but it's pretty close. If it didn't have this part here, I would have purchased a Quindu avant-garde. It was so close to being a amazing outfit. But it just had to have this defining breast cup. It was so good. It had nice lines, this interesting like it. I mean, it's in the name. It like an avant-garde style, but just this right here just kills the design for me. And that's just how one little detail. Yeah, right? And I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how the dye system, if they let us color this one part, because if we are able to color that one part and like blend it in, maybe just maybe we can fix their snafu, but we will have to see. So it is less noticeable in this one specific coloring, but only this one. The second you go to like this one, it becomes more noticeable again. Oh yeah, we totally did say the same thing. That is funny. But yeah, I feel like there was another. There are also just like so many instances of like fashion pieces that like I wish they did like Hometown Hero, how they did. So like Hometown, they did the male or the female version, and then the feminine and then the masculine version. And then that allowed everybody to do it. That let everybody be involved. Um, because the like this like Red Riding Hood, like Like, little known fact. Or I mentioned being a part of a live action role play group for a number of years. In that live action role play group, the character that I portrayed for several years was a character named Scarlet, who was, for all intents and purposes, a male portrayal of Red Riding Hood. So I would have ate up a male version of Red Riding Hood. Just saying. I would have swiped my card so quickly if this outfit had been released with pants and not with boob cups. If like this outfit was more akin to like the female lead of Van Helsing. Could you imagine that? Like that powerful outfit that she wears. Like the lead that's like opposite of what's I want to say my brain is short circuiting. Who who was the male lead in Van Helsing? Or like they could have even like made it so it wasn't a one piece. So people could have like had the option to put on pants. Also, hi Viviana. Lovely to see you, Lovey. Hugh Jackman, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Also, sorry, I missed your thing. Um, because we've been hyperfixating on like this nonsense for like ever. Um, so how does Twitch work? I mean, that is a username that's definitely to the point. But that being said, I definitely did see your. Now that you popped up again, Soho, I adore that, and I will remember it for the forever. Mainly because there are two districts named Soho. I think anyway. There's one in London. I know that much, and I think there's one in New York, isn't there? Why is this not letting me scroll again? The other one is in New York? Sweet. In any case, there we go. Okay. You're trying to follow the new bug art tutorial. Oh, okay. And, and you're trying to do you're trying to rip out the stairs. No problem. You do not need a red present. Not in the slightest. All you need is group select. So when you are inside of an alchemist house, you can really group select any item. Let's just... What's an item that... Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Mama. I appreciate you. Oop. There we go. Now it's back. Let's get a burb. That'll work. Burb. So if you group select the burb, it lets you take it outside. Yes, it's just that easy. Although I will mention that if you don't want to have to keep on group selecting the burb, you should place it on something like either a floor or paver or anything really. And shout out to Drakelance for mentioning how to do this. Because I was putting this on like a Winterlight's Red present. I was trying to flick these stairs before he was just like, why don't you just group select them out of the house? And I was just like, because I forgot to try that. Also, did I say thank you, Viviana? Although I'm not sure if it's a cardigan. It's one of the many different open styles of Japanese overcoats. Yeah, it's not a kimono because it's not so if I stand up, it's like you can't see. It comes to my mid thigh, and then it comes to like so it's either like a happy or a Haori. It's one of those two. Psst, Drakelands. I don't go to people's plots without them inviting me. Normally, we don't count yesterday. Don't tell Ragtag. We don't tell Ragtag. But that being said, I believe it. Because Viviana's work is amazing. Poker face. So if anybody wants to get some amazing inspiration, they should go check out Viviana Raven's plot on the tour board. Just saying. Where are our... Do we have... Sorry, before I go off of my own thing, Soho, was that the only question that you had in regards to doing the bug arches? Okay, we because we actually had somebody yesterday who had the same issue. Um, yeah, and and I will mention to you what I mentioned to them, and that is that when you group select onto the shelf, make sure that when you do, your butterflies or your bugs always need to be in the center of your shelf. And the entire line, and your bugs always need to be in a line, in a straight line. That's why in the demonstration I do it in a line and then directly into the center of the shelf. Because otherwise, this calculation, and that's why I left these gourmet dessert plates here, this calculation here is going to be skewed. And this is an example that I did yesterday, so I'll do it again because it was very effective. I did 3 butterflies. Do I have crates? I do. And then we group selected them. Then we put this. And now we straighten, drop down, okay, straighten, down, over, or this is a little bit hard, over 1, 2, 3, item cancellation. And now we, oh wait, we can do this from the bottom. Place. 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 And now I'm just going to leave all 3 of those up there so you can see. We get 3 different rotations. Interestingly enough, I think it might actually matter what shelf you use. I hate this game. Yeah, if you notice, the middle one isn't right, but it should be. So either I did the wrong rotation, or I did the wrong calculation, which is possible. Let's try it again. So put it in the exact center. And then down 1, 2, and 3. Item cancellation. And let's see. Because the center one should be correct. Okay, no. I just did the calculation wrong. So the shelf shouldn't matter. But the example still works. So see, even I fail sometimes. So just to clarify, the shelf does not matter. Just make sure you you do the calculation correctly. But it's so precise that you can mess it up that easily. And that is honestly why I use the capital chic shelf, because it is easier to be precise with or at least I find it easier to be precise with the capital chic shelf because it's easier to see the wall than with the industrial shelf that has this large piece of wood in the way. At least that's my reasoning. And that's also why I've been using the wooden stairs, is that I find that whole like flipping thing with the shelf doesn't seem to happen when using the stairs. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. But that being said, I would love to come check out your plot, Viviana. I would agree that it's definitely one part practice and then one part. Am I good? Hmm. It's one part practice and then one part fine fidelity, I think, which you can kind of game the system by changing your settings. So like if you're someone that has like like not so steady hands, you can turn. Can I? Yeah, awesome. You can kind of game the system by turning down your camera sensitivity and cranking it down to like 1, and that way it's a little bit harder to move. And then if you're someone that has uh, a mouse with DPI settings, which I know not everyone has that, but you can crank it down even more, so it's even harder to move. And it that way you can be a bit more precise. I know it's a little bit difficult to like actually see what's going on, but like it is taking much more effort for me to move the camera right now. But yeah, those are just some tiny tips. I always forget the coloring on like the Elder Chappa because I only have like one of them. Because my RNG for them is garbaggio. I love your hedges. They definitely look a lot more. I mean, yeah, no, they look much more natural than, you know. I love how they actually look like a continuous hedge rather than the abomination of nature that the developers gave us. For anyone that is unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, I'm of course referring to the fact that, oh my gosh, can I not turn this off? Okay. Apparently I need to turn on streamer mode. Sorry everybody, just a sec. Please nobody message me in game. This chat is apparently you can't turn off chat when you're in this. Um you didn't like the height. So you took something in the middle. That's fair. Um I am very happy to see that the hedges don't flicker when you merge them together. And I'm sorry to see that your flower bushes are what's the word I'm looking for here? Your flower bushes are small. Very pretty though. Not fully developed, yeah. This is lovely. I appreciate your railing so much. That's a that's are those upside down? Ranchers chandeliers on top of Ravenwood fence posts? No, standing. Oh, bellflower standing lamps. Nice. That's a super cute bridge. I'm always a sucker for a good walking bridge like this. Do you have a hopping tin? That is cheeky. Oh my god, that's so cheeky. uh Sorry for anybody that let me go to the other side. So she has Hoppington merged into a rock. So it looks like she has just a will-o-wisp frog chilling on a rock. That's brilliant. It didn't cost so much. Oh, nice. Oh, that's great. Clever. I love it. I still hate that that was a thing, but it's still great. Uh, Most likely she has them uh, on red presents. Oh, group selected them using wood edging, then and float. Okay, and yeah. Okay, so they are floating, but they're attached to a red present. Interesting. But okay, so these are small column, large column. Wait. Where are there emberborn? I'm assuming it's somewhere else that there are emberborn. That's cute. Sorry, I'll read that. Be cautious. You are welcome to take a look. Remember to go in slowly. Since they nest here and incubate their eggs, they need peace and quiet. This cave is only for them, so mining is forbidden. That's delightful. I did try and put on my best narrative voice. My gosh, this is magical. Oh, the little nest made out of coal pile, or yeah, coal piles. And little incubating eggs. Oh, and the eggs are. I was wondering what you were going to use for eggs. Great choice. They're um, moonstruck table lamps, but they're colored one of the bad colors that doesn't actually glow. So it's great. This is fantastic. Raven. Or Dave. And I think the like setting the scene with just made it like so much better. Oh, that's cute. By night. Definitely have to check it out again. That is super cute. The pumpkin beach ball. I wonder what you could use as netting for that. Volleyball inspired by Spellstorm. Oh yeah, the spider web might work. I was also thinking maybe like the Umbran fencing maybe. This is super cute. This actually, like this entire setup is really nostalgic for me. Uh, we actually, uh, where I live, has is on a big river actually. So this is very reminiscent of the summers here. Because it can get into the I'm trying to think of what it would be in like Fahrenheit, but in Celsius it gets into the like 40s sometimes. So like going down to the river is one of the best ways to cool off. Or wait, no, not 40s. Or maybe. This year it was really bad. Like one day. Though maybe not 40 degrees. I can't remember. We had like a severe heat warning during like our 1 week of we have like this event every year called the Stampede. And it's kind of funny because it's like our busiest week of the year. And like people come from like all over the world. And then like we had like a severe heat warning. That is an amazing pipe organ. Trying to critique that they're trying to quell the critique that there's nowhere to sit at your pipe organ. But it's amazing all the same. I understand why there's nowhere to sit because there's no there's nowhere to there's no stool that is in that pallet. I mean, also that it would be too crowded. But I think more so that there's no stool in that pallet would be the reason why I wouldn't do it. Or you might be able to turn the nightstand into a or the nightstand. I think the nightstand into a piano bench. In any case, well done. I can't get over the detail in this. That's amazing. Dang it. Really? Really? Ah. Here I am thinking that it's like, oh, okay, no, the spoons are there. Okay. I was just like, yeah, okay, the spoons are there. But then, yeah. I was just like, yeah, like cutlery, and heckin' spoons. Mad woman. Jesus. Sorry, I'll stop tearing the curtain off of the Wizard of Oz. I exist to be Toto, okay? That is amazing, though. Yeah. Okay, draw knob. Draw. Wait, what? I'm confused. Draw, stop, knobs. I'm so confused. Oh, okay. Less confused, but still kind of confused. I've never actually played an actual pipe organ, so I've only played an electric organ. Oh, biscuits. Heckin' ads. I missed the notification again. Okay. Right, we can't emote. Where's there's no chair. Okay, I'll be right back. Hey, got back just in the nick of time. Sorry, everybody. Been really bad for missing the ad notifications today. Leave those alone. Because I would like to not ugly cry on stream. Thank you very much. That being said, I do love the combination of the Kill-em-a-Lantern and the show me the bottom one. It's just not going to, of course. Can I combine both? Of course not. In any case, it's one of the oh, there we go. They're right here. Heckin' course. Oh, brilliant. Sure. They're the Spring Fever garden lights. They're very nice. if you really wanted to, like give a softer lighting, something that you could go with are the camping table lamps, I think they're called. Ostensibly, they're literally candles. And they're, at least from what I remember when I was using them for my log cabin, they're super easy to make. They're like flint and logs. And they give a very nice, soft. But I think the lighting is okay. It isn't. I don't think it's that overpowering, if I'm honest. I love little woodland creatures everywhere. It's super cute. I... Oh yeah, because I have been here. That is a different feeling at nighttime. Mm. I think my one suggestion, maybe. You don't have to, but if you wanted to, maybe put like a standing rock or one of those ferns that you can't walk through, just so what I just did doesn't happen. It just basically so people don't like accidentally walk off the edge. Although they can't get back up. With that being said, and as I said, you don't have to. Just something you could do. Though that being said, more I'm looking at the design, the more I'm thinking, that ain't broke. Don't fix it. Wait, is there a gazebo up there? So are you... Okay, wait. Fun guy? Oh, oh! That's just silly. I always forget that they're jumpers. That's great. It's silly, but it's great. That's silly. Uh, I'm not even sure where we were. Yeah, right, we haven't even made it inside the house yet. Jeez. I think we were just about to go inside the conservatory. Ah, this is your workshop. I've seen pictures of this. Which... Jeez. I do appreciate that you did include ventilation for your kiln. And yeah, your rolling machine. That's made out of a coffee maker and what else? Gourmet cup, gourmet cup. Just multiple gourmet cups. Mad woman. And then on top there's the dessert plate with the green knives. And then builder's rock pick. I mean, yeah. That'll do it. I have been curious how exactly you made your chisel. Small bottle with a knife. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I imagine you would. I mean, after seeing your like, yeah, we're not gonna talk about just your dresses are very nice. Well done. You did an amazing job. It's ridiculous. This is why I'm glad plot viewers. And are those? I was gonna say, jeez. Mm. Yeah. I also appreciate that your sewing machine has a pedal attached to it. Excuse me. Singer from the 1950s. Nice. Yeah. And each individual knife is ever so slightly tilted in a different direction in the ceramic bucket. I was not kidding. If people need inspiration, they should come check out her blog. Ma'am. Jeez. do you need a tent? That's cute. Hey, guys. I always say that you shouldn't compare yourself to people like Viviana and myself. Because we've been playing for a very long time, and not just playing the game, but we've also been doing things like glitching and decorating this entire time. So all of this comes with experience. On top of that, we're also artists outside of the game. So it does come with that extra bit of experience that we have outside of the game. So there is something to be said about that. It gives us a different perspective to look at things. I often mention when I look at the different decor items, I don't really see decor, I see parts. Ma'am. But even I didn't come up with something like that. And it's more thinking like, or instead of thinking that you're never going to get something like this, what would it be like if your plot was like this? And working little by little to get to that. Exactly. I mean, I won't try to say that I know exactly what people are capable of. but I can only say what I hope, I suppose. And I can only hope that people can be creative if they'd like to be. If that makes sense. And it might just be me being naive, but I truly think that the only difference between myself and a lot of other people is that my upbringing was a lot more supportive than most people, and that my parents, as I was growing up, never told me that I couldn't be creative. Never told me that I couldn't be this and I couldn't be that. I told my mom that I wanted to play piano, and she said, "Oh, well, you have to wait till you're 6." The only thing my mom ever told me that I couldn't do was sew, and to this day she regrets that. Even that, she didn't technically tell me no. She said, "Oh, boys don't sew, sweetie." She said, "Girls sew." And to this day she regrets that. But that was a very long time ago when I was like, I think it was 3, or maybe even younger. But that was like the only time. Years later, when I was like 14 or 15, I went back to her and I was like determined to learn how to sew. And I was just like, "Mom, today's the day." And I was like determined to sew my own Halloween costume. And she was just like, "All right." And she taught me how to sew, or how to use her sewing machine. And now, years later, now I have 2 of my own sewing machine, one of which she purchased for me. So, you know, I think at the time it was much more of, that was probably that was the only excuse she had at the time to tell a 2-year-old that he couldn't sew. And you know what? I guess that's fair. I also wouldn't want a 2-year-old sewing. Have a good night, Grob. Oh, wait. Sorry. I mean, Toot. Sorry. Have a good night. Have, have a good night, Toot. Good luck on your deadline. Much love. You can do it. I believe in you. If it makes you feel any better, I'm also not going to make any deadline Viviana, are you serious right now? You made a typewriter? Yeah, I I got that after a little bit. Grub, sorry. I got there in the end. I apologize. Please feel free to stick around. Okay, let's see if we can disassemble this without G. Okay. So we have the scrolls from the wedding set. And then of course we have cutlery because of course. Because what else are you going to use? Along with that, we have the end table from the investigator set. And is that? Is that a butcher block? I don't think it is. Might be. Or is that it? Is it just, is it just all in the end table? Wedding scrolls. Investigator. Is that it? Okay. So I did get it all. It's insane. I could literally spend the rest of my stream. I don't even know how long we've been here, but I could probably spend the rest of my stream going through Viviana's plot. I see you did go to a trifold. Or no, I think you did always want to go with a trifold. Ugh. S6. Let me. There we go. You have filled the... Jeez. Yeah, I was... And your hecking standing clock. I keep expecting... Oh, dang it. No, right. I, I keep partially expecting, you know, the candles or the candelabra to start singing at me. Be our guest, be our guest. Put our service to the test. Oh, it is. I couldn't. I had a feeling. From the washing machine. That's just nice. I missed your ladder. Made with... sheer poppycock. Yeah, I was gonna say. It's why I said sheer poppycock. And I'm assuming this door is an artifact, bygone era. Because I don't think there's a way to replicate that anymore. Yeah. For anyone unfamiliar with how glitching used to be, uh, if you, I, uh, if you ghosted a door to another plot, like forever and a day ago, you used to get, like, you used to keep the door. So, yeah, but only if it was attached to a hallway on the other side. So I'm so lost. Oh yeah, these are the ferns that I was talking about. Could work in your, like, to help guide people along in your cave because you can't walk through them. You can technically walk over them, but it takes a little bit of effort. They do technically block movement. And it's kind of hilarious. Because there's like a fern. Oh, apparently not that one. That one's apparently still growing. This fern. This fern blocks movement. So silly. Wonder if we haven't. If there's anything we haven't seen yet. Oh no, we're back at the front. Wasn't expecting these to be full. Mainly because I don't put things in them. For the most part, anyway. Apparently, what the... Okay, what even is that? Arbord. Yeah, I got what you were going for, but just... Need to calm down. Jeez. I also love... I love and appreciate how you are definitely proving my point so vehemently. How just like basically what the S6 developers want slash plan is going to happen with their decor items, and what's actually going to happen are so vastly different. They should just accept that it's an eventuality that's going to happen, and they should just get on board. Because it's going to happen whether they like it or not. It's just a matter of how big of an obstacle do they want to be for their players' happiness. Just saying. The capital sheet tables look fine to me. The only thing that I seem to be having an issue with is like uh like getting into these pantries. But that could be solved just by giving like some type of padding by just like a little bit. Underneath the player's feet. I love the double drawers, by the way. Cabinet is a lie. Oh Lord, and I can't close it. Oh my gosh, there's so many things. I'm assuming that's supposed to be like a faux oven. It's cute. And I love the little mittens as oven mitts. It's super cute. And I just noticed you're washing your dishwasher. That's cute. Oh, this one right here in the middle. Ray, well, she's right here. Luckily. So yes, she mentioned that she used a combination of floating and item cancellation to get that look. And since we have you here, darling. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad. Viviana, you're where I got the spoon from. I was trying to figure out where we got the spoon from in this setup. I couldn't figure it out. What is the rock pick sticking into? Out of curiosity. Is it just like sticking into the table, or is there like a dessert plate somewhere in the mix? There's a present underneath it. at all. That makes sense. As a note for anybody out there that doesn't have a red present, you don't need to use a red present. There are so many alternatives. Oh, that's a cute mantle. Jeez. How many items is this plot, by the way? I wish that showed up when you hit G. I mean, it survived 1 year, or like one full year. I don't think they're gonna patch it. Although that being said, I've said things like that before, and they're just like, "Oh, you think so, buddy?" 7,910. Nice. Not the most ridiculous that I've heard so far, but definitely impressive. Now that you mentioned that there are things in all of the cupboards, there is. I have a tutorial on how to transport items over if you are curious, but I can do a quick demonstration if you'd like. It all centers around, hey, the who's it, not the who's it, but it all centers around the makeshift tent. But thank you again for sharing your plot with us, Viviana. Um, but for instance, my main plot is, I'm not even sure actually how many items it is. I think it is over 7,000 though. Oh, please tell me I turned off G. As a note for anyone that regularly goes on housing tours, and if you go into the G mode, remember to turn it off before going back to your plot. There's currently a bug that puts you into a bad state. You go back to your plot before turning it off. Although I might just be in an infinite loading screen right now. Oh, thank you, Drake Lance. Much appreciate. I keep forgetting to like make a item command or an item slash command. Is that coming up? Oh, it is coming up. Thank you. Speaking of which, there's ATD to yell at me about going on a bike. Which I should do that. Oh my gosh. I already did make a hacking command. Okay. All right. I did take a break. Apparently, we did eventually make it back to our plot, although we're stuck in the ground. Yeah, that is kind of hilarious. $2,000 meters. Um, that's anywho. Now that we're back, let me think of. Oh, actually, no. I know exactly what we can use or we can transport to our maxed out plot. Because these days I prefer to only transport things that, I'll actually use over there. Rather than just kind of like chucking stuff over, which is what I was doing for the longest time. Which is why my plot over there is an absolute mess and eyesore. And really needs. I really need to clean it one of these days. But, that takes a lot of motivation that I just don't have these days. Yeah. So, the main vehicle, as it were, to transport items to your maxed out plot is our handy dandy makeshift tent. Something that happens when we chuck things into the makeshift tent. It occurs when we pick up our makeshift tent, specifically from the inside. Is all the stuff just kind of hangs out. That being said, the message didn't happen. That's weird. It's okay. If S6 thinks that fixing this got rid of our method of getting items to a maxed out plot, they've got another thing coming. So when we do that, we would switch to our maxed out plot, and then afterwards we leave. And we come back. it's because the items that we placed in there didn't actually place inside of the tent. That could be. So in that case, it would be an issue with the rancher item rather than the tent itself. Oh no, it's fine. Now that we've come to our maxed out plot, after picking up our tent that had items inside of it, we see that the items that were inside of the tent are now inside what we call the lamp zone. We also call this the delivery zone, shipping area, what have you. Whatever works, really. Whatever floats your boat. Gets kind of dicey. When it comes to when it comes to stacked items, the rule of thumb, sorry, the the uh, the rule to go by is that it will not work. So if things are in a stack, it will not come through properly. And bad things are going to happen. It'll go into a buffer. Items might go into the ether. This, that, or the other thing. So just don't. I have noticed, yeah, sorry. So that being said, however, I have noticed on occasion, I have not tried, however, when attempting to build structures, then toss them into the air so they're floating structures, I have noticed them get booted to the front gate. That being said, I have not tested on whether or not it being those structures getting booted to the front gate can get moved to another plot. Mainly because of the amount of resources that would be lost in the testing of that. So from your own testing, Drake Lance, it's not the case. So that they would not be moved. Okay. So yeah. So we're circling back to just don't. Um, so best thing to do is transport in parts and build on the other side. That's best practice. There we go. That's what we're gonna say from now on. Best practice. I have been wanting to get some of these in. Where's our boxes? Let's get. Oof, the lag is terrible over here. But, you know, that's what we gotta deal with when. Oh, right, that's why we. Sorry. Oh, the ADHD is strong today. I'm so sorry, guys. The whole reason why we came here, besides, you know, doing the example, was to, like, see how many items we were at over here. Which we're at 7,296. Oof. Crikey. Good. I love it when things actually do what I want them to. Meaning, like, snapping to the bottom of the boxes that are already there. So we can just, like, take that one away. And then that away. And there. Isn't that great? Isn't that glorious? Your plot is so close to max and you hardly even did anything. Yeah, I am so with you there, Grub. Like you have no idea, like, how much I am with you. Like, that is why this plot, like, that we're currently on, is the way it is. And it's why if we go into the aerial view, you can almost see that it's like, for, you know, the kind of, how do I say this without sounding pompous? Okay, so we just went through, like, Viviana's plot. And it, on her plot, it very effectively uses the, like, the out of bounds areas And then then we go to like my plot, and everything in stark contrast is very much within the boundary. And it's not because I wanted to. No. No, sir, and or ma'am, and or however you self-identify. It is because I ran face first into the item limit over and over and over again. And seemingly no matter what I did, I could not get past it. And the reason why, I know no one asked, but the reason why that is this dome right here. About 600 items by itself. And that's just the dome. So before they increased to 3,500, that's like not it's a large percentage of the items that we were allowed. Completely gone. Then like my garage here, it was probably about up to there. And then, so like in building blocks, a large percentage of my, like when I like looked at the breakdown of like how many items were on my plot, it was like, well, you have like almost 1,000 building blocks. And she's like, how do I have over, oh wait, yes, the garage. The garage. Forgot about the gosh darn hecking garage. Forgot about the garage. And then on top of that, because yeah, the building blocks came in and I went ham. I went ham with the building blocks. And then I had like this entire back part built. And that was not cheap when it comes to like item limit. So I'm looking at like the breakdown with this was back when we were using the Palia like the Paliapedia item thing. And so it was helpful, but it was also not helpful. So, yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't even look at the pavers until I was able to like that was one of the first things that I transported over to my to break over the limit was like hundreds upon hundreds of pavers. Because like I think like paving this path alone is like because like each of these to like make sure there's no grass to make sure there's no grass poking through, because I can't stand it if there is grass coming through my concrete path. Because there's no greater sin than grass coming through my concrete path. And yes, I don't care if that makes me a bit OCD. But there's no greater sin than grass coming through my concrete path. So each of these squares takes 5 items. Because 1 for the floor, and then 4 for the pavers. And yes, exactly, Grub. It makes me want to commit tiny acts of violence if there is any grass. Like right here. Twitch, twitch. You tried you tried to remove the grass from building blocks by sinking other blocks under, but it didn't work. Yeah, so far the only effective way that I've found to get rid of, and to like consistently get rid of grass has been to have flooring independent of one another. That's literally the only way I've found. If flooring is not independent of one another, it will grass is going to come through. Although that being said, it seems to stop at the plot boundary. And I start getting an aneurysm. So if there is not a grid, it will not tamp the grass down. Which, until recently, that was not the case. So we have these two independent of one another. You group select. It's okay. It seems to be fine. But if we reload the plot now, yeah, exactly what Grub just said. As soon as we come back, it's just like somehow the grass just like bursts through the floor. It's just like, what is in this grass? Apparently it's possessed by the powers of HE double hockey sticks itself. Wait. Hey! Mini Nom? That's an adorable name. Welcome to the tiny horde. Huh. Is this good? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is this just gonna take forever to load, or what's up? Okay. It could also just be that we're on the We're just on that plot. Oh, okay. You know, I bet it's because we're trying to make an example. So the grass is just like behaving. The second I log off, it's gonna burst through that floor. Or the second I like sign off Twitch, it's gonna like burst through the floor and it's just like, rise! I'm back. Heckin' grass. I'm just gonna. Need to do some gardening, sorry. Right. Need to stop being apologetic for things. It's a process, okay? Grass knows. I mean, maybe. I mean, and on the plus side, if anybody's curious, not that anybody asked, but the state of my garden is actually how you can gauge my current relationship with Palia. So like, if I'm taking care of it, my relationship is actually not doing too bad. Because I care enough to go and take care of my garden. You know, it's like IRL. You know, putting in an effort to make coin and whatnot. But if I like can't be bothered to go and take care of my Palia garden, I've kind of just like stopped caring about making money and whatnot. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Sonovia. Sonovia? Did I say that right? The second time? Apologize if I mispronounced it either time. So it's Sonovia. Welcome, welcome, all the same. Yeah, ranching doesn't count for me. It's much more my garden. Because I actually like my garden. Gardening in Palia is like my favorite thing to do, aside from like decorating. I actually get a lot of like, I find it very calming. There's a reason I've put a fair amount of effort into how my garden looks. I plan to put a bit more effort in someday, eventually, but just haven't had the time/energy. You know, once Halloween is done, I probably will. but I don't know, there's just something about getting all of like putting everything into the perfect pattern that you've decided upon that kind of gets me into like a Zen state. Kind of like, I mean, there's a reason that Zen gardens are a thing. At least that's how I view it. But, yeah. When it comes to ranching, I'm very much of your mindset, Grub, that I can't really see a point. Like, it... Like, I get that it just seems to have like a loop that goes back in on itself. Which doesn't Roger my Hammerstein. And what I mean by a loop that goes back in on itself, just to like explain for a second. With things like gardening, the gameplay loop for gardening, you can use gardening for various different things. You can garden in order to get the core items. You can garden in order to get resources for cooking. You can garden in order to get income. You can garden in order to level and because you want achievements. You can garden because you would just like seeing the bar get full. I don't know. You can garden because you would like to buy more of these cool decor items. There are a lot of reasons. Everything for ranching seems to be localized in the ranching profession. And you seem to just ranch for the sake of ranching. And like, you ranch in order to get money so you can buy food to feed your animals, so you can get more animals, so you can get more food. You see where I'm going with this? That's fair, I suppose. I have yet to get to Goobies. Where do, like, do they give My my biggest question that no one has been able to answer me thus far, although I haven't answered it in a while, is do goobies give you, like, sure they give you elderflowers, but do they give you, oh, please, elderwood lotus? Think. I mean, I also could go check, or I could go, put in like a monicum of effort. Instead of being a, you know. Oh, you sure do? Oh, okay. Ugh. Son of a biscuit. Well, this is definitely not going to become a ranching channel. But he's absolutely not. Is there like a... Does anybody know any guides for like making animal food, or like is there, or getting animal food? Because honestly, that's what's like kept me away from ranching for the most part, is like feeding the things. And it's like, y'all are eating me out of house and home. And like, we're circling back around to like people asking me about like, how do I make money? Like, you're looking at it right now. Like, I spend my gameplay largely decorating and helping people with their decorating issues. So, like, I don't have time to go and farm food for greedy animals. So, like, yeah, all for the sake of, like, prestige. Maybe getting, uh, ugh. I mean, money is nice. I guess money could turn into, you could just go, like, buy stuff to feed the animals. But if she's referring to, she's referring to the Princess Ladybug. If she's if she's saying pink silk bug, then oh, sorry, pink wormy thing. Oh, so she's talking to the centipede, the scintillating centipede, which that actually does sell for a chunk of change, especially since they made changes to lures, so you can actually get those from lures. I have no idea where, but somewhere. The path in front of flooded fortress. Wow, that's actually pretty smart. Yeah, they made a change. Uh, I can't remember when. Uh, a few patches ago, people thought it was a bug. Um, but however, then people got confirmation from the dev, like they pressed Lacey to talk to the dev team, and apparently it was an intentional change that was put in that uh, they would be able to spawn from honey lures. That being said, of course, people fixated on the fact that you could get things like uh, ladybugs, like garden ladybugs and proudhorn stag beetles. You know, the things that you can get plush. But that being said, the centipede and there's a grasshopper that comes from, my brain is short circuiting. There's a grasshopper that comes from sweet leaf. So in all actuality, if you found an area where both of those spawns overlap, you would be laughing. Because you'd have chances for both of those to pop up. Tiny Lapota is not really built anymore. Or I I tore it down after issues happened. It's one of those projects that kind of S6 messed with the height limit in regards to like floats. So my castle in the sky came crashing down to earth, and I lost all steam for the project. I think I have a picture of it still. Just for like posterity's sake. Yeah, there we go. Hmm, found it. That's what it looked like before I left my plot. And then I loaded back in, and it was in uh it was in the lamp zone. The entire thing. The entire thing was in the lamp zone. And that's how I know that entire structures can show up in the lamp zone. But yes, that that is the that's what was Tiny Lapida. It's it's in pieces now for the most part. I still have like the staircase because it's now an artifact. So I made like this staircase from like the snow piles, and you can't make it like you can't make it how I made it or made you can't make it in the same way that I constructed this because these snow piles no longer have a node system in there. Uh, but yeah, and but my little glider is still there. A little bucket glider. Which for those familiar with Castle in the Sky, it's from nearing the end of the movie where the two main characters actually get to Lapita. Ignore all of that. But for the most part, all I really have still is the main dome for when I do eventually make the structure again. And I do, to show that I do plan to like make it someday, I had like constructed like a new platform out of the landscape pieces when they came out. And yeah, the dome did take a ton of work, which is why it's the one thing that still exists. Like, y'all don't even know how much work that worked or took. But yeah, the the robot is or was a pretty much it was just supposed to be one of the denizens of Lapida. But couldn't make it as round. Does the robot have a name? I don't think we named this one. And I think that is the reason, as Baron Cat mentioned. Um, but yeah, that's one of my projects that someday I'll get back to, possibly. Nausicaa. Sounds familiar. I'm not sure if I haven't seen all of. Yeah, I I was gonna say it sound or I was gonna say it sounds like a Ghibli work, and I'm familiar with a lot of uh, Miyazaki films, but at the same time I haven't seen all of them. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I just realized. Again, for those who are unfamiliar with Castle in the Sky, uh, and also for those unfamiliar or like that don't know why exactly I chose Castle in the Sky to be kind of my Studio Ghibli project. It's because it's one of the two Miyazaki films that introduced me to the world of anime. The other one being My Neighbor Totoro. I watched them both when I was a very young lad, and I'm talking like 5 or 6, before I knew what anime even was. Also, hey, Lady Belle. So, needless to say, both of those films hold a very special place in my heart. Of course. How did the ads sneak up on me? All right, and we're back. Hopefully everyone's back anyway. And yeah, Bear and Cat, the item limit is just a suggestion. For the most part, anyway. If you need, there's the link to the tutorial. Although ignore everything that involves the Winterlight's red present. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry, not the Winterlight's red present. The candle. That's what I meant. Just recently tried plot edge glitching. Fair enough. So you might not even be to the point. Yeah, the candle will be remembered. It's definitely a part of my... it's why I have my, my tiny horde on the other plot. I have, like, a bunch of glitches that are, like, almost, like, in remembrance of. What was I... Right, before we... got interrupted by the ads, I was mentioning My Neighbor Totoro. And how it was kind of my introduction to anime. Truth be told, if I could do an homage to My Neighbor Totoro, I probably would. But that being said, you know, Castle in the Sky, it was the, you know, the second Miyazaki film that I saw. Both were on VHS way back in the day. Back in the 90s. I'm sure my friends' parents thought they were just it was just another cartoon. Little did they know the insane world that they were introducing me to. Hmm. I can't say I've ever seen that. Interesting. Hmm. Have a good sleep, Drake, and thank you so much for hanging out as always. It definitely looks like the other kind of Miyazaki film or Miyazaki work because there was there was always like two different kinds of Miyazaki films, which is like or not really two, three. There's there's like Castle in the Sky slash My Neighbor Totoro, and then there's like Princess Mononoke, which is like middle of the road, and then there is like Grave of the Fireflies, and then you're just like, and it's like, My Neighbor Totoro, perfectly fine to show kids. Princess Mononoke, older kids, sure. Grave of the Fireflies, we're getting into some sensitive subject matter here. But like, and yeah, Spirited Away is a weird one, and it's like it can be okay, but at the same time, it's definitely a product of its time. That like some kids will be okay with it, and some kids won't be. So you kind of have to gauge which kids you show it to. So it's kind of like the same kids that will be okay with Spirited Away are the same kids that are not afraid of clowns. Um, yeah, exactly. However, if their kids are afraid of clowns, they're not going to like Spirited Away. That's so weird. Oh, hey, Chip Dale. Every single time I see your username, I want to say Chippendale, and I'm just like, that's a whole different thing. But you're very you're most welcome. And um, Sorry. Hairy spider. So I'm assuming you are trying to do this friend? If I'm correct. Yeah, I figured. I yeah, that's where your name. As a note, this is not my original work. Credit goes to Ragtag Poet 770. It is a recreation of their work. Full credit to them. Please check out their plot and vote. Leave a reaction on their work. But is this a piece that you are are trying to recreate? Chip? Or are you trying to recreate something else? Chip? Do you mind if is there a shorthand you prefer? For Chip or Dale or CD? Or I might be we saw during your visit. Annabelle. Am I misunderstanding? I might be missing something. Or okay. Oh, Grub, you went to their plot yesterday? Okay. That makes so much more sense. Do you know where? Maybe inside? Hey, Sino. I'm doing alright. How are you doing, hon? Hmm. I also have to say, people are very bad at following directions. 608 votes when they asked for number 1. My gosh. I'm looking for... because you asked about faces. Like, how did they put faces together? Do I do home tours? I mean, when people invite me. Or, I mean, I'm kind of blitzing through this now because somebody asked me about recreating something. So it's less of a home tour and more of a... attempting to find something. It's definitely a very clean build. It has a big spider made out of an alchemist house. What? I'm sorry. What? I haven't seen that yet. Did we go to a... did I go to a different plot? Oh, okay, I definitely did. This is... for some reason it took me to a plot by someone named Scarlet Galaxy. This explains so much. I'm like running around this plot like an idiot, and I'm just like... there we go. I need a moment, please. Tiny Dragon had a tiny moment. But we're fine now. Everything's fine. I was as equally confused. Oh, that's neat. Another spooter. That one's the thing of nightmares. That's nightmare fuel right there. Why do people do this to me? And yeah, so on the plus side, the legs for this one are much easier. Yeah, for this nightmare feel much easier. Because those are just a bunch of elderwood tree, elderwood floor branches. I don't want to, okay. Remember how I mentioned, or I guess some people weren't here yesterday about my I'm not phobic of spiders so much as I just respect their right to live nowhere near me. We have an understanding. There's a contractual obligation between myself and the arachnid population of Earth. There's an armistice between the tiny dragons of Earth and all arachnids that they will live somewhere not around tiny dragons, and if they come within this parallelogram of space, they will be forcibly removed and placed outside. Oy. Why are there so many spiders? As a note, for future reference, because arachnophobia is a thing, when doing these, I would appreciate it if people could give the heads up so I can give the heads up to anyone that is watching. Please and thank you. Just as like a common courtesy. It would be appreciated. That being said, it is quite impressive all around. That also being said, it is making me rather lightheaded. Which one are we wanting help with? Is it that one? Because if it's that one, you are going to need a Winterlight Spread present. It's non-negotiable. Anyone that tells you differently is cheating. Or knows something that I don't, but is more likely cheating. Potentially knows something that I don't. But yeah. to get alchemist houses out of bounds, you need a Winterlight's Red present. I will remind the rule of this channel that unless the plot owner explicitly invites me to come view their plot, outside of coming to help someone replicate a piece of work, which is what I'm supposed to be doing here, and it's a consent thing. I'm fine touring people's plots if I'm invited by the plot owner. And for myself, it is a consent issue. I have been trying not to directly say that, but that is the reason. Even if it's on the tour board, it's a personal choice. Just because it's on the tour board does not mean the person has given me, as a content creator, permission to make content that I will be paid and get ad revenue for. So that is a choice that I've made. If other content creators decide and make other choices, it's not my position, it's not my place to judge. It's just what I'm comfortable. So, yeah. And as a note, that's not me passing judgment on any other content creator. It's not. That's just how I decide to conduct myself. So, yeah. And sorry, Chip, you actually did answer my question. You want the honey... Okay, you were looking for the honey bunch. You were looking for the honey bunch combo spider. And do not worry, and you don't need to apologize. This is not an inconvenience at all. This is part of why I run my stream. You're perfectly fine. Everyone's good. And you were looking for assembling the face. Cool. So we've got gourmet dessert bowls. I can see why you were having issues. Because that's a lot. And we've got giant shark fin plushes. And sorry, I missed Aaron's message. Thank you for mentioning that again, but I have heard people make claims about being able to do like alchemist cottages off the ground without a Winterlight's Red present. And what I always say is Pixar didn't happen. And even then, it's like, and beyond that, like footage or it didn't happen. Let me just write down some notes here. Bowls. Giant shark fins. Um, not so. After we, after I finish my notes, I can show you the issue, and then the mush lamps. So the issue isn't so much that it's off the ground, because you're 100% correct that we can get them off the ground. It's more so this angle. That's where things become an issue. That tilt can't be done without the Winterlight's Red present, because that's where you need to get a shelf involved, and like tilt and rotation can only be done by getting a shelf in the mix, at least currently. As well, it does, I'm not too familiar with this plot, but all of this does appear to be outside the plot boundary, and the only way that that can be accomplished is via the Winterlight's Red present, especially when we're talking about things like, let me get up here, this sucker right here. The only way to get a gazebo outside of the plot boundary is with a Winterlight's Red present. At least to my knowledge. You just need to know how to place it. It doesn't need to be a one-to-one copy. Fair enough. In that case, you're probably looking at, like, if I was to do it, sorry, I'm just thinking logistically. Should have taken a picture of the face. I think about it. Because the bowls, actually rather simple because since it's the underside of the bowl that's showing, you could just sink them. You could sink them off of like a either a paver or a plate. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Just hold up. You have to realize I'm also figuring this out as I'm trying to explain it. So it's a twofold. Shebang here. It gets a little bit awkward when honestly when you're someone that is not very good at three-dimensional conceptualization. What's another way of saying that? Sorry, there are two people that in the world. There are the people who understand the concept of three-dimensional conceptualization, and there are the people that don't. And do not feel bad if you don't understand that concept. Because there are the people that you say the term three-dimensional conceptualization, and they're just like, oh yeah. And then there are the people that are just like, what? And it basically just means that you can think about things and like either construct them or deconstruct them in your head in 3 dimensions. It has positives and it does have negatives. It means that I'm not very good at working in 2D. So when it comes to like drawing on flat surfaces, I'm very bad at it. However, when it comes to like things in Palia, I'm pretty good. Although it does mean when I say that I'm buffering, it means that I'm like I'm like figuring out how all the parts go together in my head. This one is a bit of a noodle scratcher because it definitely goes in all directions, if that makes sense. Probably doesn't. Not even close. Sorry. We can probably make it easier on ourselves if we do it in 2 parts. I probably would suggest that. So one part is going to have our fangs and our eyes. The first set of eyes, by the way, which are the mush lamps. And the reason why I'm suggesting this is because when I looked at the items back on their plot, they were facing in 3 different directions. These were pointing outwards. These were pointing down. And then the dessert bowls were showing their underside. So that's why I was mentioning that it would probably be easiest to sink the bowls towards the surface of the bee plush. However, if we're attaching these items, it would be the easiest if we just attach them like that. And then if I remember correctly, the shark fin can actually, or the shark fins can ignore collision. Yeah, they can. Yes. They ignore collision, so they can just go on like this. Now, for the most part, it's a matter of flipping it. And, you know, stuffing it in the thing. Which isn't actually as hard as it sounds. It just sounds difficult. It's mainly a matter of creating some type of hinge. Which I just realized that sounded like me saying, oh yeah, just do a backflip. What, you can't do that? Oh. Well. Hinge. You know. And say it was perfect. But yeah. more likely we would want them in two separate pieces. And then we would that, like that, like this, like that. Oh, biscuit. Go away. Now let's actually, yeah. We have those like that. And now, why don't we take this chance to no. I was gonna try and get the bowls involved, but the bowls are gonna have to go into a separate part. It's irksome. Hmm. Also, just to make your bowls look a bit better, or at least a bit more like eyes, I want to make them alabaster. You don't have to, though. You know what, let's use a sink machine. Dessert bowls are really small, so we're probably not gonna need that big of a sink machine. So, like, 2 pavers deep should be fine. That being said, we can always make it bigger if needed. Ah, visualizer has been off for how long? Son of a biscuit. It's exactly what it sounds like. I have a full tutorial on how to make a sync machine on my YouTube channel, or how to make and use a sync machine on my YouTube channel. Um, it's basically just something that you can use to sync different things. Sorry, let me put on my best tutorial voice. It's something that you can use to sync things easily and, if needed, repeatedly. You have no idea how many times I did that, or how many takes I did of that for the tutorial. Unfortunately, the audio for the tutorial is not great, so I probably should redo it at some point. So, a sync machine is basically these two pavers right here. You can make it by doing this. You have one paver right here, and you have a second paver. You put a builder's crate on top of this paver right here. You put a second crate on the ground beside the paver. You group select the crate that's on the ground. This will allow you to place the crate that you have group selected on top of the paver. It's right here. And now that leaves you with a floating paver. And thus your sync machine is now created. Because you have a paver right here, and you have a paver that is hovering in midair. And all you need to do is change the height of this paver to sync to different heights. So say you want to sync this red Winterlight's red present. That's your goal. So we're going to stack pavers until we can't see our Winterlight's red present anymore. Now we put a different item on top of our sync machine, and that's going to be our anchor. We drop this paver straight down to the ground. We press number 1, and that's our item cancellation. We put the item that we want to sync on top of the item that is our anchor. We can activate our sync by grabbing the back part of our sync machine, and thus our Winterlight's red present has now sunk into the ground. and our sync machine is reset for the next time. Because it's a machine, and machines are meant to be used multiple times. On that note, however, I will be switching to the Be Right Back screen before. All right, and we're back, everybody. Hopefully, everybody took a moment to, take a break, because Lord knows I did. Got some nice cold water. I don't know what it is. It's one of my little neuroses, but if water isn't chilled, it just tastes off. It could be filtered water. Like I have a water bottle that has a filter in it, but if it's not chilled, it still tastes off. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hey, Lady Luminous. me. How's the day going, darling? Thank you so much for entrusting me with your community. How was your stream today? Anyone needs to raid and run, please feel free to. We are a self-care centric channel. Thank you so much for the follow there, Kay. However, if anybody feels like they would like to hang around, please feel free to as well. At the moment, we're just talking about water preferences. Do not ask why. Actually, because I literally just got back from a break. So you guys have perfect timing. Also, I appreciate that you're gonna make me blush that I'm apparently your new favorite. At the moment, we are attempting, at least, to recreate a spooter face. How are we gonna do this? Yeah, I didn't want to say spider, just in case anybody was arachnophobic, but then I realized halfway through that, like, even if people were arachnophobic, that we probably should still say it so people could be warned about the thing. So yeah, we are attempting to help one of the friends of the channel recreate a piece made by a user by the name of Annabelle. No, and Annabelle. There's a J, so that should make a ha sound, I think. Which the work is ridiculously amazing. If anybody wants to check it out. That being said, it does involve a lot of arachnids, if anyone is arachnophobic. Trigger warnings all over the place. It did make my head spin a little bit. And I am not entirely, and I'm not even arachnophobic, I just am not really a fan of spiders. I just have an agreement. You know, they live over there, over there, you know, where I'm not. And everything's dandy, everything's fine. You would say it like a Y? Annie Bell? Fair enough. Okay, now let's figure this sucker out. is these eyes are going to drive me insane. Enjoy your lurk, love. And make sure to de-stream. Because I definitely know how it feels once you hit that stop stream button. You're just like, yeah, I'll definitely hang out in this person's stream. I'll do it today, 100%. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna socialize. I am one with the couch. I have polymorphed into a couch cushion. Then your significant other comes home and sits down and is just like, I hope you brought snacks. Then they freak out. What was I looking for again before I started this? Whatever. This weirdly descriptive explanation. I think I was grabbing building blocks. What kind of demonstration is it? Because I can, depending on the demonstration, I have no idea how long this spider is gonna be. So it's like, if it's something quick. Also, I love the reference, by the way. Cauldron's in the thing. We saw in Viviana's plot. Right. It is 100% doable without a red present. Sorry, one sec. Sorry, that needed to happen. What was I saying? Right. Yes, 100% doable without red present. And we just need to problem solve it. So yeah, that might need to wait until we finish with Spooter here. Okay. What if we just like this? We just did like a float. Kind of like an ice cream float, but not really an ice cream float. That would be tasty. Okay. Oh, as a note, I'm not that afraid of spiders, so I'm okay. It is more of like a, yeah. Sorry if I gave the wrong impression there, Chip. Yeah, yeah, no. It was more just like going through the plot and like seeing them everywhere. That's what was more giving me heart palpitations. And I was just like, they're just everywhere. I look. And I can't, and there is not a cup big enough to in my house we have this thing called the spider relocation program. And so I'm just like looking around the plot that we were on, and just like there is not a cup big enough for these spiders to relocate them. So that's more what was going through my mind. So yeah, now that we're back on my plot where we're safe, and we're making one spooter. We're okay. And as far as I know, like no one has like outwardly met, or like no one in the audience has like come out and mentioned uh like being arachnophobic. And that, uh, as a note to everyone watching here, that is a point of trust. I am trusting everyone who watches this stream. I'm trusting you all to mention to me if anyone has a phobia. So, yeah, because I do try and be as accommodating as I can, but no one has. So, I think we're okay. All right, let's see if this float works. You're forever going to call them spooters. Yeah, I find if you refer to them as spooters, they sound cuter. And when you make something cuter, it takes a little bit of their power away to make them frightening. At least that's how I feel about the subject. Um, because I actually was a little bit afraid of spiders. I was. Until this thing, or I can't remember what it was, but it was some piece of media called Lucas the Spider. And that's when my feelings on spiders changed. I was no longer afraid of spiders anymore. Thanks to Lucas the Spider. It was much more of a oh well now they're adorable. I know that kind of thinking doesn't work for everyone. That being said, if that does help somebody out there, I had a complete thought there, but it escaped me. I get the feeling we might need to do this in goo. Yeah. We might want to, like, float like a plate or something up. Let's go for 2 meters into the air. And just that way we can, like, adjust it on that plate. And now we're gonna perfectly center this plate by group selecting a building block of some kind, which actually let's actually do the largest paver just so we can have like an even larger surface. Okay, see if this works. It did not. That's okay. Just reattach it. Take that off. Go up 1 meter instead. Same shebang. Group select. Alright, now let's save this. Wait, what? Is it not a... Really? I guess it's not a... It's not a tabletop item anymore. Son of a... Okay. Well, that sucks. Uh, uh, yeah, it sits on the crate. It's just... Can we make it go inside the crate? I wonder. More or less same thing that we did yesterday. Just different kind of spoder. Um... Meaning it's a different design of spooter. This one is by a user of the name of Annabelle. Or Annabelle. Oh my gosh, it does go inside. That's hilarious. Okay. So, with that in mind, we got small fly. What? Oh, right. We actually took apart that thing, so we might actually have some of those elderwood. Yes, we do. Look at that. Look at that. We don't even have to take anything apart for this project. Who would have thunk it? For once, I don't need to destroy something that I love. I mean, what? Ah, the base, it's on the crate. I mean, we needed to, we sunk the wait, what? What is happening in chat? It's so unhinged right now. Oh, the nursery, okay. I think we had different nursery rhymes. Apparently. Apparently y'all don't mess around in England. Hmm. Dang it, sorry. You didn't even need help with the legs. Shoot. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. Um, I mean, now that you mentioned that one, I kind of, like, it kind of does ring a, like, vaguely ring a bell. Crap. I mean, you're not wrong, but that doesn't mean you're right. My brain can't. Everything hurts. What? So close, yet so far. Oh, okay. Now maybe we can get like an accurate. Yeah, why not? It's okay. I had the same reaction when Drake Lance told me that you could group select them out of the house. And I was just like, oh, well, all right then. Twitch, 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 Twitch. Yeah, it was kind of like when I was playing a different game and someone was watching it and just like, you know, the enemies go down faster when you use your abilities. And I was just like, part of me wanted to wanted to be witty and was just like, oh look, a rocket scientist. And but you know, it was actually good advice because I wasn't using my abilities. And yes, the fight would have gone fast, would go faster if I would use my abilities. So I was just like, thank you so much. But yeah, there's that part of me that's just like, oh look, a rocket scientist. You do more damage well when you when you do the thing. But the other part of me is just like, I wasn't doing the thing, so I have no room to talk. Uh, Uh, that being said, I kind of blame that game for having like some of the most brain dead combat that I've ever played. Oh, so close. On the plus side, we're now that we've gone too far, we can reverse engineer it because we've gone. That was 1 meter or 1 square. And we go back 1 box. Which, yeah, if anybody needs like a tiny dragon compendium of terms, I refer to like the entire thing as a square and then like the interior things as boxes. If anyone was curious. And then if we're referring to like the 3-dimensional space, that's when I start talking about cubes. So there is actually logic to the words that I say. And then when I start talking about ticks, it's half of the it's half of a box. Unless it's on a shelf, in which case it is half of it's 1 degree of rotation. Anyways. Looks like we're gonna need to go a bit further. Gonna need to go a box and a tick. Looks like we're gonna be going late today. That's okay. Yes, I don't think we... Or I think we have one more question still after this. Gosh darn it. You really need to go back a box? That's irksome. Are you sure? That would give me the chance to like do an actual like breakdown of it, and I can also like talk with um Viviana about the piece a bit and see how it was made and whatnot. That is true. Okay. So, we found the float distance. We just do need to augment a different thing. We can make this work. We just need to resync our bowls so they're not as close to our plate, because that's the issue here. So we'll just grab our sync machine again. Which, since we're over here, because that's the distance that we sunk it before. Let's grab our pallium storage chest. We'll just grab some of the proper pavers this time, because you normally change your sync machine using the square concrete pavers. So we are going to add just one more. And now, actually, we're just going to grab a vacuum cleaner to make this process faster, rather than just gingerly picking up each individual one. We'll just put the entire assembly in a pavilion, and then just press yes. Put the plate down. Perform our sync again. There we go. Now it's slightly further away. And we did start a bit late today. So we do still have a little bit of time before the ads come, which is kind of where I'm trying to not hit again. Okay. Oh, we almost got there. We almost got all the eyes through. And how exactly we stick these guys? Probably would do it a similar way, but just we would float them off the front. Let's see which building block would be best. I mean, that building block, crates can stick to the side just like this. Oh, but it's actually not bad. Now we just need to find how high to float it. And when talking about float heights, you can actually use the sink machine that we did before. Believe it or not. And you can use it to be a float machine. Because remember, the sink machine works by going straight down. So using the same line of thinking, a float machine would just go straight up. And we just need some type of launch pad. So you can reset it. This is probably going to be way too far. Yeah. But you get the idea. Let's make another one of these little lever things. Just so we can put the shelf setup on top of the plate. And since the box was way too big, we need to switch to using a stack of pavers. And automatic tiny dragon is a mentioning that the ads are about to come, so I really should probably raid out here. Actually, oh, there we go. This needs the ad. Nope, it's getting there. Just need to fine tune the float. Just gotta keep fine tuning that float until it's at the right height. Hopefully that makes sense, Chip. I wish I had a better answer for you than keep taking stabs at it until you get the right thing. But honestly, that is what 90% of glitching is taking stabs in the dark until it's like, hey, I got it right. And that is kind of why I do these live streams, is so people can see the process and see how much of glitching is just taking those stabs in the dark until you get it right. Because it isn't getting it perfect on the first try. It isn't knowing the exact, like looking at a project and like having that internalized vision and being like, okay, I know that it's going to be exactly this distance. It's not. It's not an exact science. It's experimentation. It's doing it over and repetition. And yeah, it's experimentation and repetition. I would equate it more to dancing. It's doing a pirouette 50 times until you get it right. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, there is a reason that this plot is not like amazing, and it's not just because I spend as much time as I do helping people. That's part of it. But a bigger part of it is because I'm just tired. It's because of how much time it takes to do things. It is very time consuming. And yeah, that doesn't go away because like, depending on the project, no two projects are the same. As, yeah, I mean, as Aaron like just put in chat, it's never the same twice for them. That is a constant. Because it's constantly figuring out which tool you need for the project that you're doing. It's why I try so hard to tell people to diversify their glitching portfolio, because you know different projects might need different tools. You know, these alchemist ivy, even if you even if you flick them, snooze, even if you flick these alchemist ivy, so if you are 100% reliant on the flick glitch, then you are going to be in trouble, because these alchemist ivy, no matter which direction you are standing in, they will always be in this orientation. Always, always, always. And they're like fencing, in that when you flick them, they stay where they are. So the only way to move them is if you have them on a Winterlight Sprout pestle. You're someone who is only reliant on float glitches. It'll fall apart. Like item cancellation. You're missing out on all the things that can be unlocked with group select. Because there's so much that you can do with group select glitches. Like, you're missing out on all of the things that you can do with transferring properties. Like, there's so much that you can do with that. Like for example, what we found out earlier today with these logs, that you can group select them off of the heckin' house. And we can group select and have weird interactions and all that. That's all done with experimentation. So, yeah. That's what you don't like with everyone saying bowl glitch when it's actually group select that got popular. Yeah, yeah. Especially since like the original glitch that was public, or the original work, for anyone that like is unaware, it was the original work that was published back in like July of last year was called the one cup technique. And it was kind of humorous that the person who published it called it the one cup technique because she used a dessert bowl. Don't ask me why she called it the one cup technique when she used a dessert bowl, but that's what she called it. So yeah, and in all actuality, you don't need it to act like a bowl. You need it to act like a tabletop item because that is what that is what the classification of item is. Is it is a tabletop item, and that is why in most of my applications that I make, I use literally anything other than a dessert bowl. If anyone has noticed that, in any works that I do, I use anything but that for that exact reason. So I can demonstrate that you can use other things. So people can understand that you do not need to use a dessert bowl. Because so many people are hung up on that it is the bowl glitch, but it's not. You can, all you need to do, and that's also why I have since uh, like put my transference of properties, and I, and I've since renamed it the trick you've probably never heard of. Uh, it used to be called the transference of properties, but I posted it on YouTube because once again, someone had commented on one of my videos asking about how to put umbran fences indoors. And I'm just like, for one, I cannot get into it in a YouTube video, or sorry, not a YouTube video, but in a YouTube comment. For two, group select. Yeah, I I really just need like an automatic response to people commenting on my YouTube videos. That's just like, we're sorry. The request that you have made is outside the scope of what can be responded to in a YouTube comment. Because so many people like make these like paragraph long like comments on my YouTube videos, and I have literally stopped responding to them. And I think people have not noticed, but I actually have stopped responding to those because it is it is time that I do not get paid for. And a while ago I set a boundary for myself that I would not be going into paragraph or things that are like literature long that require a literature long response that basically requires a tutorial in and of itself. And 9 times out of 10, yeah, it does kind of circle back to like it's outside the scope of what I can respond to in a comment. But yeah, on that note, let's see who we can raid into today. Especially because ads are coming. I've used all my snoozes for today. Following. Let's raid into. Let's raid into widget. And I love everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out today, guys. Salt and all. And before I let everyone go, um, that little reminder that I end every stream with, that I have been and will always be a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams. And I will always hope that you, wherever you may be in this wide, vast world, please keep your dreams just as big, my darlings. Okay, let's get this raid underway. And I will see you next time.